My friends, the procession is approaching. A beautiful procession in the presence of religious leaders and revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir is arriving at the World Peace Dome. I request everyone to rise in their seats as we welcome all the dignitaries. I request everyone to please rise in their seats as we welcome the procession. I request everyone to please rise in their seats to welcome the dignitaries. Please give a big round of applause, my friends, to welcome all the dignitaries at this auspicious gathering. A big round of applause. It is indeed our good fortune that we are witnessing the Shubharambh of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, which would be witnessing the Vishwarpan ceremony of philosopher SHRI DNYANESHWARA-TUKARAMA Maharaj World Peace Prayer Hall, the world's largest peace dome. टाळकऱ्यांना विनंती की काही लोकांनी इकडे जावं, काही लोकांनी इकडे. सर्व मान्यवरांना विनंती की त्यांनी दीप प्रज्वलनासाठी एकत्र यावं. I request everyone to please stand for some time as we are witnessing lighting of traditional lamp. I request everyone to please keep standing for few more moments. Thank you. For ringing the bell of world peace. My friends, we will join this celebration with a round of applause. A very beautiful moment.
शंखादौ चंद्रदैवत्यम कुक्षो वरुण देवता पृष्ठे प्रजापतिश्चैव अग्रे गंगा सरस्वती त्रैलोक्ये यानि तीर्थानि वासुदेवस्य चाज्ञया शंखे तिष्ठन्ति विप्रेन्द्र तस्मात् शंखः प्रपूजयेत् त्वं पुरा सागरोत्पन्नो विष्णुनां विधृतः करे नमितः सर्वदेवेश्च पाञ्चजन्य नमोऽस्तुते। ॐ पाञ्चजन्याय विद्महे पावमानाय धीमहि तन्नः शङ्खः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शङ्खाय नमः। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you very much for that beautiful beginning by Shankhadhwani. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come up stage, please. I request everyone in the audience to kindly be seated. All the religious scriptures like Holy Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Holy Bible, Holy Quran, Holy Tripitak, Holy Agam, Holy Guru Granth Sahib, Holy Torah, Holy Avesta, all are being kept in the front of this stage. A very, very beautiful moment. I request all the religious leaders to please place the holy religious scriptures in the front. A very beautiful moment in this Shubharambha ceremony of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. My friends, this present conference is the 8th World Parliament, the first of which was held long back in 1996 in Pune. In today's tense and chaotic times, particularly on the background of Russia-Ukraine conflict, the coming together of renowned spiritual, scientific, and philosophical personalities is a wonderful omen, as they can share thoughts on how sustainable peace can be reached despite these highly conflicting times. We all are glad that this epoch-making parliament is being organized, and we all are being able to witness the same. My friends, keeping in mind the tradition of Myers MIT Group of institutions for last more than 4 decades, wherein a beautiful prayer called World Peace Prayer, we start every day at every institution of Myers MIT Group with this prayer. For everyone in the audience and everyone on stage, I would like to bring to their kind attention that if you pay little attention to the words of this prayer, you will understand that this prayer does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any particular section of society. This prayer is a prayer to the Almighty God for world peace and well-being of entire humanity. I request everyone in the audience to please rise in their seats, fold their hands, close their eyes, bring the image of their mother, father, their deity in front of their eyes to participate in World Peace Prayer. I once again request everyone in the audience to please rise in their seats, fold their hands, close their eyes, and wholeheartedly participate. May I request absolute pin drop silence. Thank you very much. Please stop all the movement. Please stop moving. Halu naka koni pudse kahi kshan. Let us have the moment of absolute peace in this monument of world peace.
जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवा तूची गणेशु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी बोधी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you very much. I'm very sure each one of you present here today would have experienced this moment of peace during this World Peace Prayer. I can see a beautiful gathering and many people standing behind because all the chairs are full. I request the organizing team if they can please arrange few chairs in the last row so that they'll be able to sit. It is indeed a beautiful picture to see that so many people are participating in this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy in this Shubharambha ceremony. My friends, the brainchild of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsar, the philosopher, SHRI DNYANESHWARA World Peace Library and World Peace Prayer Hall is an epitome of architectural magnificence and is the contribution towards the knowledge divine. In order to understand more about this World Peace Dome, may I please request my technical team if they can please show us a small film created on this World Peace Dome. Over to you, team.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if it takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this: religion without science is blind.
जब तक सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीताराम कहिए, कहना होता।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause for creating a beautiful film which actually made us part of the inaugural ceremony. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure a thought would have come to the minds of each one of us that what exactly is the reason that World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy is held. My friends, it is high time now that the learned scholars, thinkers, academicians, philosophers, scientists, and men of religion and spirituality should come together to evolve a value-based universal education system with an appropriate component of science and religion/spirituality to establish and develop a holistic, peace-loving, harmonious global community. And it is our good fortune that today, in this Shubharambha ceremony of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, we have few tall personalities on stage with us. I would now like to request revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir to kindly felicitate and welcome these dignitaries of this session on the stage. First, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the chairman of National Commission for Denotified Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes, Government of India, New Delhi, the chief guest of this session, Honorable Shri Dada Idate ji. Please give a big round of applause, my friends, as we welcome the chief guest of this session, Honorable Shri Dada Idate ji. A big round of applause should continue, my friends. This is the very first session, the Shubharambha of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. The applause should continue for chief guest of this session, Honorable Shri Dada Idate ji. Let's give a big round of applause once again for Shri Dada Idate ji for being the chief guest of this Shubharambha ceremony. I now request Sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the Chairman of Advisory Council of World Parliament, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, Sir. A big round of applause as we welcome Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, Sir. The applause, my friends, should reverberate in this World Peace Dome. A big round of applause for Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, Sir. A big round of applause once again, my friends. I now request Sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the Chairman of Organizing Committee, Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, Sir. Chancellor of Nalanda University, father of Param Supercomputer, and Chairman of National Steering Committee of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and former Chairman of Board of Governors, IIT Delhi. Please put your hands together and welcome, with a big round of applause, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, dignitaries. It is really our good fortune, my friends, that we all have gathered here today for experiencing this Shubharambha ceremony. Now it is time when I request the Managing Trustee and Executive President of MIRS MIT and Executive President of MIT World Peace University and Chief Initiator of the first School of India for Political Leadership, MIT School of Government and founder of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, World Health Parliament and Sarpanch Sansad. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause, Shri Rahul V. Karar.
Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. Behalf of the bodies of trustees and the governing council, the organizing committee of this 8th Parliament of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, the advisory committee chairman Shri Raghunath Mashelkar ji, organizing committee chairman Shri Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar ji. Let me, and of course, the man who created this, one of the biggest unique monument for the world peace, Revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. Let me welcome Ramvilas Vedanti Sahab. Let me also welcome Dada Saheb Bidate ji. Let me also welcome all other respected people sitting in this very audience. I can see many respected people, Pandit Vasantrao Gadgil ji, Jabbar Patel Sahab and Mr. Das and various other thinkers, philosophers, scholars of all the religions of the world who are gathered in this very prestigious, unique monument, the World Peace Dome. No words to express my happiness today that this very next day of Gudi Padwa, the Hindu Navavarsha, we are commencing this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I am very, very glad and very happy to express my happiness today, this morning, my dear friends. Also, on the stage, we have all other respected, our Vice Chancellor, sir, our President of the MIT Group of Institution, Professor Mangesh Karad, Secretary Dr. Swati Chate, Joint Managing Trustee Sukitra Nagre, Professor Milind Pandey, and all other respected people. So please forgive me if I have forgotten any other names, but next 3 days are going to be something very unique. I'm also very happy to welcome all the staff members. There are majority members in this very hall today. They are from our various institutions of my umbrella, from Latur, Aurangabad, all the places, from Avantika University, from Alandi, all the respected teachers, teaching, non-teaching staff members, and I see some of the students also. What a great fortune, my dear students, that we are a part of this legacy. Whenever we come to this place, just last year, 2 years before, Honorable Vice President of India, SHRI Naidu ji inaugurated this monument. And we all, many of us have witnessed that the great beginning, the great inaugural program, the great Lokarpan of this particular World Peace Dome in the name of Sant Gyaneshwara and Sant Tukaram. And in between, we all have gone through very typical journey. In last 2 years, the whole humanity has experienced that. And exactly after 2 years now, we are having this 8th Parliament, World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, again in this very unique hall, the World Peace Dome. And again, Karad sir said that we have to convey the message once again to the world that it is a Vishwarpan. Lokarpan, definitely we had a great ceremony, but again, we are going to have a Vishwarpan. And again, reminding ourselves that what this monument stands for. After my welcoming these thoughts and my expression of my inner feelings, my dear friends, I just want to tell you that what is the main idea of our revered founder, the very creator of this World Peace Dome, what is the main aim and the objective of this. At the upper side, if we really think, there are so many other things we can think. There are going to be millions of people from now onwards will come and visit this dome. But what is the main aim and objective of this particular dome? And we as a MIT fraternity, I want to remind once again, my dear friends, me as what little responsibility is bestowed in me, I myself feel, and I want to communicate to all of you and reinstate the vision of our beloved founder, which we have been again and again, trying to remind us, trying to communicate to us, and we are emphasizing the most beloved Dr. Mashelkar sir, Dr. Bhatkar sir, the very in their unique styles, they have communicated to all of us that how to unify the science and spirituality. But today, this ceremony, the very purpose of this ceremony and the World Peace Dome, I want to tell you, my dear friends, that Dr. Karad sir has envisaged that he said, yes, this is a big monument, and he always, in his own style, he's communicate to all of us कि मुझे नहीं पता ये कैसे तैयार हुआ, ये कैसे नियति का संकेत था, ये सब बातें वो हमेशा बोलते रहते हैं. बट उन्होंने इस बात को पिछले साल 2 साल से मन में लेके कि इसका विचार पूरे विश्व के सभी विद्यापीठों में, how can we penetrate? So we as the academic fraternity here, we all need to really think that MIT group of institutions, we have around over 60,000 students. Are we really successful? And this is a day, my dear friends, that we all have to really ask ourselves also that yes, partially there is a satisfaction to our beloved founder and all of us, but we are not completely satisfied, my dear friends, that what the aim and the objective and the vision what Dr. Karad sir envisaged maybe 4 decades before, when he was in his budding days of establishing the MIT group of institutions, and after 96, the first World Parliament in 98, and further various such interfaith, interreligious dialogues and various such conferences, seminars, so many activities we have conducted so far. And of course, in a very structured format, as we all know that in the MIT World Peace University, MIT ADT University, and other institutions, we have penetrated this very syllabus of peace. And we are in a process of measurement, what are the real changes in the student community who are passing out from this institution. And truly, our beloved founder is saying that this is a laboratory of the world peace, a laboratory for the science and spirituality. When we say the laboratories, are we really, and we as academia, we need to really truly experiment and come out with some meaningful solution, my dear friends. And through our existing system of MIT group of institutions, if we deeply penetrate this very message of world peace through our students, particularly first is we ourselves as a teaching community, and we, once we adopt this very DNA and this psychology and the very understanding about the role of science and religion and philosophy, then only we'll be able to communicate this message to our student community. And this particular World Peace Dome becomes a truly meaningful such venture or a unique such creation for the society to follow. So without taking too long, once again, I welcome all the respected members and everybody here. So let us take the pledge, my dear teachers and all the fraternity, academic and intellectual fraternity, that through such idea of global education managing council, what our founder has promoted, how can we take this idea not just in the city of Pune or Maharashtra, but at the international level in all the world universities, and we'll be truly after 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the line, when various institutions, they come forward and try to imbibe this very model, the peace syllabus, then I think definitely the generations who are going to come out through this very system, they will be unique. That hope and expectation I express, and once again I welcome each and every member here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shri Rahul V. Karat sir, for expressing your thoughts on this Shubharambha ceremony of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. My friends, as he rightly said, keeping complete faith in the teachings of great saints like philosopher SHRI Gyaneshwara and Jagat Guru SHRI Tukaram Maharajji, as well as affirming his belief in the thoughts expressed by great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda ji, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir has ceaselessly tried to instill good values and ethics in the students of our various institutions as well as society in general. It is now my good fortune as I invite the member trustee and president of Managing Committee of Maharashtra Academy of Engineering and Education Research and executive president and vice chancellor of MIT ADT University, please welcome with a round of applause Professor Dr. Mangesh Karat sir.
Good morning to one and all. Respected dais, chief guest of the today's program, Dada Saheb Idate ji, our other chairman of the advisory committee, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji, chairman of the organizing committee, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar ji, other dignitaries, Ram Vilas Vedanti ji, Ramdas Maharaj from Hanumangadi, other eminent personalities, our own founder of the MIT group, the president of the MIT World Peace Center, Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, all other dignitaries of the dais, and all the participants for this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I am really delighted to welcome once again to all of you in this very magnificent hall, Sant Jnaneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall. I am the witness of the first World Parliament of Science, Philosophy and Religion in '96, then in '98 in Geneva, Karat sir conducted the second World Parliament on the same subject, then third in 2001, fourth in 2018 and so on. And we are gathered here in this very unique hall for the today's Parliament. Friends, I think I need not to say anything about the need of such a parliament. The world is standing on the threshold of the Third World War. Ukraine and Russia America is threatening, the whole world is threatening Russia, but still Russia is determined to attack Ukraine. The purpose is not known. The similar is the situation. We are not having good relations with China, Pakistan. China is not having good relations with Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, number of countries, Mongolia. So this is happening throughout the world. Every country is at the war at their heart with the neighboring countries. That is with the countries. And on the part of the societal level, I think more and more divide is happening in the 21st century. In every religion, more and more divide is happening throughout the world. America, Australia, India, everywhere people are getting killed by the violence, by the terrorists, and there is no solution. No one is finding any solution. All the countries are helpless. Afghanistan is taken over by the very radical people. America also lost the hope. So this is the background of the world. United Nations has given 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but in my opinion, there has to be another goal, 18th goal of the inter-religious dialogue, and how to make it happen. So that is the biggest prerequisite for the development of the globe, for the humanity. And how are we going to achieve that? That is a real challenge. Friends, we have recently gone through the biggest pandemic, biggest threat of the corona, and the world was helpless to find the vaccine. And the scientists of the world, they gathered together, the countries, they came together united, and they could prevent this pandemic after 2 years. But this pandemic of a violence is much, much, much bigger than the corona pandemic. And how are we going to prevent this upcoming pandemic after 30 years, 40 years, 50 years is a real challenge. Our national leaders throughout the world, they have done excellent work by developing different factories, constructing the dams, development of the space technologies. But this is, and now the global challenge is of a climate change. In my opinion, now the real global challenge is how to maintain the peace in the society. So that is the biggest global challenge. People are working, different global communities are working to tackle the global challenges. And I think this is the biggest challenge. And this challenge was recognized by MIT since 1996. And our founder, Dr. Karat sir, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, Dr. Raghunath Mashalkar sir, they are trying to create that awareness among the society, among the governments, among the NGOs. Friends, this is the biggest challenge, and we have to work. We have to tackle this challenge so that our coming generations can live peacefully on this globe. So on that background, I think this World Parliament, 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy is organized here. Science is required for the physical development. Our needs are growing. Our comforts are growing. So science is very much required. Religion is required for the peace at a society. And philosophy is required at for internal peace, for a spirituality, how to change the mindset. So all things are required, and the combination of all these things will really give the solution. And at last I will say that only this MIT World Peace Dome is not going to be sufficient to tackle these challenges. I think thousands of such a World Peace Domes have to be activated throughout globe. Then only I think we can really tackle this challenge of the violence, really tackle the challenge of the peace, how to maintain the peace in the society. And with that background, once again, I welcome all the delegates, all the speakers, all my young friends, faculty, we cannot neglect our duty. Onus lies upon us to live or to create that society, harmonious society. And this is the only way by which we can have the interreligious dialogue and we can maintain the peace in the society. So with these words, I conclude my small speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Sir, you rightly mentioned in your address that there is a need of many such monuments in order to bring world peace. I would just add to your thoughts. According to the World Population Clock, as of year 2022, we have almost 7.9 billion people in this world with 4,200 religious beliefs. It is indeed need of time that we come together and have a dialogue. My friends, it is our good fortune that we have as the chairman of this organizing committee, Padma Bhushan and the Chancellor of Nalanda University, father of Param Supercomputer, and chairman of National Steering Committee for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and former chairman of Board of Governors of IIT Delhi. Please welcome, with a big round of applause, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir, as I request him to address the gathering.
My dear friends, my revered teachers, my mentors, and my dear students, this is a unique congregation that occurs once in a year, what we are called as World Parliament. This is the 8th World Parliament, year after year. We have been congregating together to look at what is the nature of the world in which we exist today, the entire humankind that spreads across 7 billion humans on this little planet. And this is a parliament. Parliament means billions of the people of the world come together and exercise a choice what kind of world they want. And today here, particularly the young people, I want to tell, we are exercising that choice, trying to take cognizance of the world which has existed for 4 billion years, and now it manifests in its unique diversity. Most important issue which we understand as students and teachers is the celebration of diversity. Diversity in a form which we must take cognizance of. And what form? It cannot be expressed it's a unique form, a unique architecture that God has created for us. Science, religion, and philosophy. One reality is the scientific reality, and science itself manifests in a variety of forms, and newer subjects are emerging. And there is another form which science cannot express. Reality which expresses in the divine form, the divinity, what we call the religious existence. And that can be expressed only through religion. Many scientists believe that science alone can express the nature of reality. As we know, science cannot express, as a scientist I can say, the entire reality. And there is another existence which we experience is the spiritual reality, which goes beyond religion, And that's why we have called it a parliament of science, religion, and philosophy together. We don't teach this in our universities. We don't teach this manifestation to our students. And that's why this is a unique phenomenon. This is a unique university in which all the three issues are being discussed together. So for students and for teachers and people who are seekers of truth, this is a unique, sir, Professor Karad, sir, this is the one thing where people will try to get a holistic view of the world, which we don't teach in any of the universities of the world. And that's why it's a unique phenomenon, and we have gathered. And not only we have gathered, we gather to exercise our conscious choice what kind of world we want. Friends, in a short time, I think, for the students and for the world, this unique, holistic reality, the holistic world, we are trying to exercise every year that choice, that what kind of world we want. And this magnificent dome in which we come together like United Nations, but beyond United Nations, to understand that reality, to exercise that choice. And we also, I think, in the reality of the dangerous world which we have created. Not only it is dangerous, but also it's a very compassionate world. So we have choices before us to create the world of tomorrow. I'm extremely happy. Many people, the scientists, religious leaders, spiritualists, philosophers, the artists, all are converging to exercise that choice and create a world of future. And that choice, every year, we must come together and decide the future of humanity. I'm very happy, Professor Karad sir, Dr. Mashalkar sir, that this is a unique manifestation of human choice, where we come and exercise that choice through our articulation, through our understanding, and try to create a world for the future. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. My dear students, thank you very much. All our leaders, to create a unique phenomenon on the earth, to exercise that choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's give a big round of applause, my friends, to the Chairman of Organizing Committee, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir. My friends, as rightly said by sir, if we address the mind and guide it on the right path, then in turn, we will be able to sensitize the society so that to strive and act to establish global peace. It is now my good fortune to invite the Chairman of Advisory Council of World Parliament, National Research Professor, Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and President of Global Research Alliance and former Director General of CSIR, Government of India, New Delhi. Please welcome, with a big round of applause, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, sir.
आदरणीय श्री दादा इदाते सर, Professor Vishwanath Rao Karad, not just a builder of institutions, but an institution himself. Rahul Karad, Mangesh Karad, the distinguished dais, the participants. I see so many old friends, great leaders of science, of religion, of philosophy, my young friends, the future of India, ladies and gentlemen. It's a special morning. It's a special place. Whenever I stand here, it is so inspiring. You feel uplifted. You feel spiritual, just standing here and looking here. I remember, Karar sir, that when this dome was inaugurated and dedicated to the nation, I had said at that time that this dome is not a physical object. It is a spiritual message. This dome, its magnificence lies in its message, which needs to move around the world. And today is the time, more than ever before. Karar sir kept on talking about the importance of not just peace, but world peace, all along. Even the name of the university with word peace is very unique. I don't think there is any other university which carries that. That actually shows our commitment to the word peace. But my friends, it is not just peace within. It is not just peace outside. The peace outside depends upon the peace within. Let us realize that. And that is when Dr. Vijay Bhatkar talked about spirituality. I want to quote the greatest scientist that ever was born, Einstein. And he had said, everyone who is seriously involved in the pursuit of science becomes convinced that spirit is manifest in the laws of universe. A spirit vastly superior to that of man, and one in the face of which we, with our modest powers, feel most humble. The greatest scientist in the world recognizing the importance of spirituality. And in fact, Mahatma Gandhi had said that if science and spirituality go hand in hand, then one can create heaven on this holy earth. Einstein and Gandhi, I don't have to quote anyone beyond them. So to me, although I'm a scientist, I feel that spirituality is an inner journey to discover inner peace, and is all about expanding our capabilities to live, to love, and to learn. Actually, we talk about knowledge of the external world, but the knowledge of our internal world will give more power, more mastery on our own life. And therefore, spiritual values are creative mechanisms working to stabilize our society. Today, our greatest challenge is social disharmony, which you can see all around. And our future can be only protected in this way. Therefore, the compassion, the kindness, the sympathy, the caring, these are the spiritual values that we need most. There was a reference that was made to what is happening in the world today. Mangesh mentioned about that. And one is really worried. As we speak, the war is in the 36th day today. All right? Russia and Ukraine. But is it the only war that we are talking about? The war has bigger manifestation, according to me. Inequality is a war. Karar sir, you got all the religions coming together today, just early in the morning. What is happening in Karnataka? You have seen that? The headlines? There is a row over hijab. There is a ban over temple traders. Although there is a freedom to carry out your business anywhere is a fundamental right. Halal meat is boycotted and so on. As we speak, that is not peace. Look at this particular case which has bothered me so much that I keep on mentioning about this. There is this young man, Chandrasekhar, along with his wife and a son. He belongs to this Chennadasar community in Maipur village in Karnataka. His 2-year-old son is standing with him. They have gone to seek the blessings in a Hanuman temple. They are standing outside. The son leaves the hand of the mother and runs into the temple. You know what happens? The priests fine that Dalit family 25,000 rupees. For what? For purification of the temple. To me, this is a war. This is not peace. This is not what we are trying to achieve in these 3 days. I think when we look at the outside wars, we have to look at these inside wars that are destabilizing our society. That's extremely important. The other point I want to make on the positive side is that, Karar sir, I want to, as usual, you come out with great ideas, and one of them is distributing upon 1.25 lakh copies, 1.25 lakhs of SHRI Bhagavad Gita. I think it's a great idea. There is some audience here for whom I will speak in Marathi. Srimad Bhagavad Gita, या महान संपूर्ण मानवतेचा हा जीवनग्रंथ म्हणून ओळखला जातो. आणि श्रीमद भगवद्गीता ज्ञानभवनाचा लोकार्पण आज आपण करत आहोत. माझ्या मते ही मोठी घटना आहे. And why do I say that? If we look at Gita, even Einstein had said, Einsteinने म्हटलं होतं की जीवनाच्या शेवटच्या वर्षात त्याला भगवद्गीतेचं महत्त्व कळलं. हे जर त्याला पहिल्यापासून कळलं असतं तर त्याचं आयुष्य बदललं असतं. He got to understand what Bhagavad Gita is in the latter part of his life. If I had understood, again I quote Einstein, by the way, as a scientist. So I think this is an extremely important part. I don't think the world has seen anything better than the creation of Gita. It is translated in 175 languages. From Shankaracharya to Ramanujacharya to Sant Jnaneshwara to Bal Gangadhar Tilak to Paramhans Yogina to Mahatma Gandhi, you name them. I can keep on listing them. Because those messages are internal. It's a timeless inspirator, as we might say. And today we need even more. Even Aldous Huxley had commented की शासन तत्त्वज्ञानाचा सर्वात सरळ सुलभ सारांश आहे, फक्त भारतीयांसाठी नाही, पूर्ण मानवजातीसाठी. शाश्वत तंत्रज्ञानाचा सर्वात पद्धतशील आध्यात्मिक सारांश. That is Bhagavad Gita, and that is what you are distributing. And I'm very happy the students are here and you are giving it to the students, because when you come to education, we always talk about Jnana Samvardhan, Buddhi Samvardhan, Vyakti Samvardhan. But Vichar Samvardhan, Achar Samvardhan, Mulya Samvardhan is very important, because जीवनाचा अर्थ कळला पाहिजे. आणि Bhagavad Gita shows that. So the point I would like to make is that maybe the world needs Bhagavad Gita more than ever before. The young need it. Young need it because if you see, it is not Jnana Yoga, Dharma Yoga, but it is also Nishkam Karma Yoga. And that's what world needs. The young people need to do that. They are in a hurry to succeed. Of course they must succeed. But like instant coffee, there is no instant success. There is no substitute to hard work. And again, Karmanye Vadhikaraste is what they need to learn. So across society it is needed. And personally I feel at this point in time, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar mentioned about 7 billion population. Maybe 7 billion people need to have this. Maybe Putin needs to read that. Maybe he would do something differently. In fact, there was a discussion on the other day as to who should negotiate. You know, and somebody articulated that India has the moral right to negotiate. India is the creator of these basic values. So I think the purpose of what we are going to do in 3 days is far, far greater than it could appear like a 3-day conference. I've been very fortunate. Each time I come here, as I say, I add not just years to my life, but life to my years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please give a big round of applause to Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, sir, for his great thoughts. And I still remember he once said, a big round of applause should continue, my friends, or standing ovation. Thank you very much. I still remember, sir, in his address once said, even with this profound faith in divinity, there has been the persistent search for truth that allows humans to understand the nature of reality. This search has given rise to what we know as science. And this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, we all have gathered here to understand the same. मित्रहो, आज या शुभारंभाच्या सोहळ्यात खरंच आपण खूप नशीबवान आहोत की आज आपल्याबरोबर एक अशी व्यक्ती आहे की ज्या व्यक्तीला आपल्या देशाचे माननीय पंतप्रधान आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदीजी देखील त्यांच्या कार्याबद्दल, सामाजिक बांधिलकीबद्दल, प्रदीर्घ अनुभवाबद्दल सलाम करतात. असे माननीय श्री दादा इदातेदी आज आपल्या मध्ये आहेत. टाळ्यांचा मोठा कडकडाट करूया. चेअरमन ऑफ नॅशनल कमिशन फॉर डिनोटिफाईड nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes of New Delhi, Government of India, the chief guest of today's session, Honorable Shri Dada Idateji.
नमस्कार. या 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy इस कार्यक्रम के तत्वावधान में हम इकट्ठे हुए हैं. हमारे इस कार्य को प्रेरणा देने वाले, दुनिया के सामने एक नई सोच रखने वाले माननीय विश्वनाथ जी कराड आपल्या हमारे देश के श्रद्धा बिंदु आधुनिक कालखंड के माननीय विजय जी भटकर और माशेलकर जी, अन्य बहुत महनीय व्यक्ति जो मंच पर आसीन है और मंच के सामने भी आसीन है, मैं सबको प्रणाम करता हूँ. और कुछ चंद मिनट में मैं मेरे विचार आपके सामने रखता हूँ. ये जो सब कार्यक्रम चल रहा है उनकी नींव है संत ज्ञानेश्वर और संत तुकाराम. संतों के जीवन से प्रेरणा लेकर स्वयं ज्ञानेश्वर जी फिलॉसफी, रिलीजन और हम जो साइंस कहते हैं इसके प्रतीक थे. हम जानते हैं कि पृथ्वी सूर्य के इर्द अराउंड घूमती है, यह हम मानते हैं कि आजकल का सिद्धांत है, वैसा नहीं है। ज्ञानेश्वरी में इसके श्लोक है, वो भी है कि पृथ्वी आज जो हम मानते हैं वैसी ही संकल्पना ज्ञानेश्वर जी ने रखी है। हमारे यहाँ गणेश अथर्व शीर्ष है, उसमें त्वम ज्ञान विज्ञानमयोसी यह शब्द प्रयोग है। ज्ञान और विज्ञान का प्रतीक गणेश जी को माना है। दुनिया की पहली शस्त्र क्रिया है गणेश जी। हम मानते हैं ऐसी शस्त्र क्रिया कि मानव के धड़ के ऊपर हत्ती का सर, दुनिया की पहली शस्त्र क्रिया वैज्ञानिक, तो ज्ञान, और वो जीवित है। तुम ज्ञान विज्ञानमयोसी। तो हमारे जीवन में जब हम देखते हैं, संत ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज कहते हैं, दुरितांचे तिमिर जाओ, विश्व स्वधर्म स्वये पाहो, जो जे वांछील ते लाओ, प्राणी जातो। ये देखो, एक वैश्विक शांति की यूनिवर्सल पीस का विचार कर रहे हैं। उस यूनिवर्स का नाम भी विश्व स्वधर्म स्वयं ज्ञानेश्वरी में आया है, और इसका प्रत्यक्ष उदाहरण अपने जीवन में रखने वाले विश्वनाथ जी कराड़, वहाँ भी विश्व आया है। तो विश्व का संदर्भ विश्वनाथ जी से नाम से वैश्विक संकल्पना तक हम जोड़ सकते हैं। संत ज्ञानेश्वर एट द एज ऑफ 15 उन्होंने ज्ञानेश्वरी लिखी है। 10,000 श्लोक है, वो भी है एट द एज ऑफ 15। पहली बार उन्होंने मराठी में वो लाया। हमारे देश के हर एक स्टेट में ऐसे लोग आया है, उन्होंने किया है। ये जो सब बातें हैं, ये जब हम इकट्ठे करेंगे तो सामान्यतः अभी मासेलकर जी ने बहुत गंभीरता से इसका उल्लेख भी किया है, विजय भटकर जी ने भी किया है उल्लेख। तो दुरितांचे तिमिर जाओ, इसका अर्थ क्या होता है? संत तुकाराम जी जो पीड़ित है, जो दुखी है, उनके लिए काम करना चाहिए, वो बता रहे हैं। इसका अर्थ है कि दुनिया का कोई भी विचार जब आता है सामने, तो सामान्य व्यक्ति का पहला विचार करते हैं और उसके जीवन में उन्नति हो, विकास हो, इसका प्रयास करते हैं। जब तक वो नहीं होता तब तक उस पे जीवन में कोई सुख सुविधा नहीं मिलेगी। हमारे यहाँ एक शब्द के बारे में थोड़ा मैं खुलासा करना चाहता हूँ। जैसे कि रिलीजन शब्द है, हम रिलीजन का अर्थ धर्म करते हैं। रिलीजन का अर्थ धर्म नहीं है, धम्म नहीं है। लेकिन आज हम मानते हैं तो मानने दो, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हमारे देश में जिसको भारत रत्न मिला है वो पीवी काने, पावा काने, उन्होंने हिस्ट्री ऑफ धर्मशास्त्र 5 वॉल्यूम्स में किताबें लिखे हैं, खंड लिखे हैं। हिस्ट्री ऑफ रिलीजन नहीं लिखा उन्होंने, हिस्ट्री ऑफ धर्मशास्त्र। पूजनीय बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर कहते हैं कि व्यक्ति को पेट है, इसलिए उनको भूख लगती है, इसके लिए उन्हें खाने के लिए कुछ न कुछ चाहिए। लेकिन व्यक्ति को मन होता है, इसलिए उनको धर्म की आवश्यकता है। तो धर्म एक पूरे जीवन, दुनिया में जितने रिलीजन है वो मिलकर एक धर्म होता है। वो तो धार्मिक संकल्पना है, ये ध्यान में हम लेंगे तो कोई भी भेद उसमें नहीं आएगा। आज जब मैंने सब देखा, कल से मैं देख रहा हूँ और प्रत्यक्ष कराड़ जी के सानिध्य में रहने का सुयोग आ गया, तो मैं उनके एक एक शब्द से ये प्रतीत करता था कि उनके मन में कितनी पीड़ा है। पूरी दुनिया सुख शांति से रहे, यही उनका चिंतन का विषय है, यही उनका एक्सप्रेशन का भी विषय है। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैंने मराठी में एक बात पढ़ी थी। एक छोटी बच्ची एक बार कोई गार्डन में गई, तो वहाँ उन्होंने हाथी देखा, एलिफेंट, हाथी देखा। तो उसके मन में वो समझ नहीं रहा था। तो किसी ने उनको पूछा कि कैसा था वो हाथी, तो उन्होंने कहा, उनको शब्द में व्यक्त करना असंभव था, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा वो मोटा था, मोटा। तो वो वहाँ से एक्सप्रेस करनी चाहती थी कि मैं शब्द के ऊपर ही आए हो। मुझे मेरी भी अवस्था कल से यही हो गई कि यहाँ मैं जो जो देख रहा हूँ वो उसका मैं वर्णन नहीं कर सकता हूँ। उसका वर्णन यानी जो जो मैंने देखा वो मोटा है, पूरे दुनिया को समाने वाला, ऐसा एक विचार उन्होंने रखा। हमारे एक संत परंपरा है, उसका भी एक 2 मिनट में मैं बताता हूँ। संत ज्ञानेश्वर पूरा वारकरी संप्रदाय की संस्थापना, पूरे महाराष्ट्र को इकट्ठे जुड़ने वाली एक विलक्षण संगठन शक्ति, कोई भी भेद नहीं, ऐसा उन्होंने किया। मराठी में भगवत गीता लाई। भगवत गीता का प्रभाव अनेक लोगों को होता है, उनके मन पर भी हुआ। हमारे संत नामदेव हो गए। संत नामदेव, तो हम नामदेव की पायरी है पंढरपुर में पहली। संत नामदेव यानी उस कालखंड में ये जो संत ज्ञानेश्वर ने जो विषय रखा था, एक साथ उन्होंने चिंतन किया था, वो पूरे देश में उन्होंने फैलाया। गुरु ग्रंथ साहब में हम देखेंगे उनके अनेक वचन है। संत कबीर के दोहे हम देखेंगे, उसमें अनेक उनके दोहे हैं। तो इस तरह का एक महाराष्ट्र से बाहर निकला हुआ संत पूरे देश में ये जो मूल विचार है, हम सब एक है, आत्मवत् सर्वभूतेषु, यह विचार उन्होंने पूरे देश में फैलाया। संत एकनाथ, उनके भारूड देखो। आज हम जिनको वंचित कहते हैं, वो भटके हैं, विमुक्त है, दलित है, वो उनके चिंतन का भारूड का विषय रहा। और उस कालखंड में उन्होंने किसी का भी सुना नहीं, और इन लोगों को गले लगाए, अपने घर में बुलाए, उनके साथ भोजन किया। ऐसे संत एकनाथ। इस तरह के जो सब बातें हम देखते हैं, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे संत गुलाबराव महाराज तक, संत तुकडोजी महाराज तक, ग्राम गीता तक हम देखेंगे तो इस सबने जो रखा है हमारे सामने, वो एक वैश्विक सत्य रखा है, एक वैश्विक शांति रखी है उन्होंने। तो इसका प्रत्यक्ष व्यवहार हमारे सामने हमारे प्रिय विश्वनाथ जी कराड, इन्होंने हमारे सामने रखा है। मैं इसके लिए उनका बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, ऋण व्यक्त करता हूँ। और हमारे नई पीढ़ी को, हमारे युवाओं को एक नया संदेश उन्होंने लाया है। उन्होंने भगवत गीता का जो वितरण किया है इतने लोगों तक। हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब जापान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर को कुछ दे रहे थे तो भगवत गीता का किताब दे रहे थे, और आज वो दुनिया के किसी भी देश का प्रमुख आता है, उसी देश की भाषा में भगवत गीता ही उनको देते हैं। उनको कहते हैं कि मेरे पास इतना बहुमूल्य और कोई भी वस्तु मेरे पास नहीं है, ऐसी भगवत गीता। और भगवत गीता का किताब, उसमें अन्य सब रिलीजन की भी जानकारी, उसमें जो शांति का एक संदेश है, वो सब इकट्ठा करके उन्होंने लिखा है। एक यूनिक ये उनका वर्क है। इसके लिए मैं उनको सैल्यूट करता हूँ और मेरे वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Please give a big round of applause for chief guest of this session, Honorable Shri Dada Idateji. Please give him a standing ovation as he came all the way for this Shubharambha ceremony of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. My friends, the monument in which we all are sitting right now, the brainchild of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsa, philosopher SHRI Gyaneshwara World Peace Library and World Peace Prayer Hall, is an epitome of architectural magnificence and is a contribution towards the knowledge divine. Conceptualized, designed, planned, and accomplished under the leadership of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsa, this monument is sure to make a lasting impression on world's landscape and become a global marvel. Please welcome, with a huge round of applause, the founder and chief patron of MIRS MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, UNESCO chair holder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsa.
All my learned friends sitting in the audience, especially when I see the people from Namdev Maharaj family, संत एकनाथ जी of पैठन, उनके घराने के सपूत, संत तुकाराम महाराज की घराने से द 11th पीढ़ी के हमारे बापू साहेब मोरे, I see Edison Samraj and many learned scholars sitting in the audience, and mostly at the अनगढ़ शाह अली दरगाह बहुत से नाम है. हमारा जब्बार पटेल बैठा है सामने. मैं इतना कहूँगा, ज़्यादा तो बोलने का वक्त नहीं है, लेकिन when I see the most esteemed and the revered scientist of not India alone but the world, Dr. Raghunath Mashalkar ji, Vijay Bhatkar sir, who is more than a brother to me, पहले जन्म का कोई नाता है. And the most beautiful event today is the presence of Idate Dada. That name may be being uttered in this hall for the first time. But एक ऐसी विभूति, ऐसी शख्सियत जिनका दिल बहुत साफ है, मन सुंदर है, आत्मा कैसी है मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन ऐसे लगता है कि बस दुनिया को कुछ संदेश देने के लिए इनका जन्म हुआ. I can see Ram Vilas Vedanti ji from Ayodhya, राम जन्मभूमि से यहाँ पे हाजिर है. दूसरे हमारे नहीं, रामदास नहीं, उनका नाम है महंत रामदास. जरा खड़ा हो जाए महाराज जी. देन यहाँ बनते राहुल बोधी अभी थोड़ी लेट आ गए. मैं अभिवादन करता हूँ सबको, इसलिए इनके ड्रेस पे मत जाइए भाई साहब. इनके कपड़े, अपने को आदत पड़ी है कि ऐसा कोई सैफरन कलर का देखता है तो अंधश्रद्धा बोली जाती है. ये लोगों को समझने के लिए कभी सुनना चाहिए उनसे, उनके समक्ष बैठना चाहिए. And then you listen to the words of wisdom, which can be much more beautiful than any professor or any scholar or thinker of the world community as such. ऐसा मेरा मानना है. मैंने, मुझे भाग्य है मेरा, पता नहीं भाई, फिर से मैं हमेशा यही बोलते रहा हूँ. मैं यहाँ बैठ के जब अपनी ये सारी बातें सुन रहा हूँ, and when we are celebrating this very unique occasion, starting with Srimad Bhagavad Gita Bhavan, putting all the religious scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, Holy Quran, Holy Bible, Holy Tripitak, होली गुरु ग्रंथ साहब, ये सारे धर्म ग्रंथों का पूजन और उनका समावेश होना भगवत गीता के बेस में, वो जो किताब की बात अभी अभी इदाते दादा ने कही, फॉर्चुनेटली द ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया Narendra Modi साहब made a mention in the last few months back when he said, भाई मेरे पास तो भगवत गीता के सिवा दूसरा देने को कुछ नहीं है, और maybe in the future you may have no other chance to get such a book, the beautiful book of the spiritual wisdom. I'm grateful to Dada, especially making a mention in consultation with Vijay Bhatkar sir, Mashalkar sir and my friends. We have added all the other religious text of 2-3 pages in this भगवद गीता जो प्रतिमा दे रहे, अपन बुक दे रहे, 1.25 लाख शुरुआत है ये तो छोटी शुरुआत है, लेकिन ये तो इस संस्था का जन्म ही उसका है। संत ज्ञानेश्वर तुकाराम से लेके दुनिया के नाथ महाराज हो, नामदेव महाराज हो, तेर के गोरोबा काका हो, ये सारे संतों का एक चिंतन जब मैं देखता हूँ तो मैंने देखा कि ये सारे धर्म ग्रंथ ये जीवन ग्रंथ है, कैसे जीना और कैसे नहीं जीना। गुरु ग्रंथ साहब की बात की तो मुझे याद आया मशलकर सर, इफ यू रिमेंबर मशलकर सर, फॉर यू फ्रेंड्स, रिमेंबर व्हेन दिस लैंड वाज came to me, I don't know how, I had not gone to a cinema theatre for 40 years, but this land of Raj Kapoor came to me and the pujan was being made. The great sage or a saint like Gagangiri Maharaj was one, but there were 7 scientists and 7 men of religion who performed the puja. और यहाँ पूजा होने के बाद एक भाष्य हुआ था। बहुत से संत महात्माओं ने कहा कि कराड़ साहब राजनीति में मत जाना, एडवाइस दिया मुझे, एजुकेशन में काम करते रहो। यहाँ कुछ ऐसी पूरी संस्था खड़ी होगी जो दुनिया को संदेश देगी, विश्व शांति का संदेश देगी। धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष, मेरा संजय उपाध्याय जब बात करते हैं, ये भाष्यकार है बड़ा, मेरे दोस्त SN पठान सामने बैठा है। इनका नाम इसलिए ले रहा हूँ कि these are the people who have met me in my life along with Bhatkar and Mashalkar, who have been always giving me the encouragement and the really showing the pathway. आज का वो दिन है। मेरे बड़े भाई तुलसीराम मन्ना, मेरे छोटे भाई जिन्होंने मुझे पढ़ाया, मेरी बहन अक्का और मेरे घर वाले लोग, सारे लोगों ने जो किया है, ये त्याग और समर्पण की छोटी सी बात होती है। ये कोई लंबी कहानी का वक्त नहीं है मुझे, तो मैं नेक्स्ट इसमें बोलूँगा। अभी बहुत से प्रोग्राम के नाते मैनेज करना है। द डिसेंसी, डेकोरम एंड डिग्निटी, 3 शब्द है। डिवाइन डेस्टिनेशंस एंड डिवाइन ड्यूटीज, ईश्वर निर्मित कार्य होता है, ईश्वर निर्मित लोकेशन होता है और ईश्वर निर्मित संदेश होता है। जैसे जगतगुरु तुकाराम महाराज ने कहा, शांती परते नाही सुख, एरा उघेच दुःख, म्हणून शांती धरा उतराल पेले। उफळ लिया काम क्रोधी अंगी जडती, आधी व्याधी, म्हणून शांती धरा उतराल पेले करा। पण पुढे सांगितलंय मशाळकर सर, भटकर सर, तुम्हाला माहित आहे, शिकल्या सवरल्या माणसांनी, आपल्यासारखे जे द व्हेरी लर्नेड स्कॉलर्स, ते म्हणतात आहे ऐसा देव वदवावी वाणी, मुखातून नेहमी ईश्वर नामाची शक्ती आहे, 4 हाताचा आणि 4 तोंडाचा नव्हे, आणि त्यातून निर्माण होतं बद्रीनारायणाचं तिथलं सरस्वती मंदिर। इंद्रायणी ज्ञानाची भूमी, ज्ञान पंढरी, आणि इथून कुठं निघाले, बद्रीनारायण, चाइना की आखिरी बॉर्डर, और वहाँ सरस्वती मंदिर बनता है। ये कोई आदमी नहीं करता भाई, वी आर इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, आई एम जस्ट एन इंस्ट्रूमेंट। भाई एक निमित्त हो जाता है, भटकर हो, मैं हूँ, आपका मिलना। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज का ये संकल्प का दिन है, कोई दिशा देने का दिन है। भटकर सर ने और मशवालकर साहब ने याद दिलवाया, यूक्रेन की और रशिया की बात हुई, बायोलॉजिकल केमिकल वेपन्स की बात चलती है, लेकिन कॉशन करना है भाई। और एजुकेशन की दिशा जो है ना, जिसमें देह और बुद्धि का विषय होता है, लेकिन आत्मा और मन का विषय होता है वो वारकरी संप्रदाय का, सारे धर्म के नेता का। तो उस पर ध्यान देने के लिए थोड़ी दिशा बदलने की ज़रूरत है। Whether it is Oxford or Cambridge or Harvard or any other university, either from China or Japan, we need to have an orientation of the spiritually oriented scientific laboratory concept of it. जो लिखा है जरा पढ़ के देखो भाई, समझने की कोशिश करो। मुझे ही सब आता है ऐसा नहीं, लेकिन मेरी प्रार्थना है आप सबको कि जब जो भी शब्द भटकर सर हो, मशलकर सर हो, हमारे इदाते दादा हो, इनके मुख से जो शब्द अभी निकल आए, मैंने अभी बोला कि ज़रा लिख के देना भाई, उसकी अपन किताब बना के देंगे सबको। लेकिन आई हैव एन अपील टू माई स्टूडेंट्स एंड द स्टाफ स्पेशली, प्लीज़ डोंट कंसिडर दिस एज ब्लाइंड फेथ। श्रद्धा का विषय अंधश्रद्धा मत करो। श्रद्धावान लभते ज्ञानम तत्परः संयतेन्द्रिया, ज्ञानम लब्ध्वा शांतिम चिरेण अधिगच्छति। उसे ही ज्ञान प्राप्त होता है और उसे ही शांति की अनुभूति होती है। अनुभूति का विषय है ये सारे स्टैच्यूज जो है ना। फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, in the known human history, for the first time, some such statues, as you see them around, they are standing in a round table conference. बाहर है तत्वज्ञ and the philosophers of the world, उसकी दिशा है। मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्रार्थना करूंगा, आपने जो आशीर्वाद दिया इस काम के लिए, सहभाग दिया, उसके लिए मैं आपका आभारी हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Hello. Let's rise in our seats and give a big round of applause to revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir for his mission of lifetime of bringing world peace for entire humanity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would like to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir, to kindly propose vote of thanks on this Shubharambha session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy.
Namaskar. On behalf of our founder president and UNESCO chairholder, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, Honorable Shri Rahul Karat sir, Honorable Dr. Mangesh Karat sir, Honorable Dr. Suchitra Nagri Madam, Dr. Swati Chate Madam, all the trustees of MIT Group of Institutions, faculty members, staff, students of all institutions of MIT Group, and all invitees and delegates. On behalf of all of you, it is an honor to extend vote of thanks in this pious gathering of thinkers, philosophers, saints, spiritual leaders, scientists, and academicians. Dear all, before we extend vote of thanks, let's all express our sincere gratitude to our beloved and revered mentor, guide and visionary leader Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir for the outstanding thought of conceptualizing this very conclave of stalwarts, the World Parliament for Peace. Without his deep vision and conviction, this huge gathering of thinkers would not have been possible. Going ahead, a big thank you to our esteemed guide and patron, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkarji and Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, who have both been with us like a guiding lights throughout the development and progression of this World Parliament. Our sincere thanks to today's chief guest of honor, Shri Dada Idateji, who is the chairman of the National Commission for Denotified Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes, New Delhi. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and thoughts and gracing this auspicious occasion. We also take this opportunity to thank press media who has gathered in a large number today, and we express our sincere gratitude for your future coverage too. Last but not the least, our sincere thanks to everyone present here in this inaugural ceremony
of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, which will also involve the formal dedication of the St. Naneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall in this world's largest dome in which we are all sitting right now. Thank you, all of you, and I'm sure that next 3 days, including today's day, a lot of deliberations will happen, enlightening discussions will take place, and a lot of thought exchanges and discourses of esteemed speakers will happen, and this will definitely change you into the peace ambassador. Once again, thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Dhanyawad.
A big round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part of this Shubharambha ceremony of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. We would now, in few moments, be gathering once again, continuing into the session 1 of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much for your presence in this Shubharambha session. We would now be getting ready and immediately getting into the session 1, Mind, Matter, Spirit and Consciousness, the session 1 of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. For this session, I would like to invite on stage Honorable Dr. Jayant Khandareji, Deepak Ranadeji, Mrs. Narayani Ganeshji, Dr. H.R. Nagendraji would be joining us online, Honorable Professor Srinivasa-Varkhediji, Honorable Professor His Holiness Jain Acharya Dr. Lokesh Muniji, and Dr. Rekha Sugandhiji to kindly come up on stage, please. This first and very important session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, focusing on mind, matter, spirit and consciousness. We are now starting the session right away. I would once again like to invite on stage all the participants, all the dignitaries for session 1, Mind, Matter, Spirit and Consciousness. I request Deepak Ranadeji, Madam Narayani Ganeshji, Honorable Professor Srinivasa Varkhediji, His Holiness Jain Acharya Dr. Lokesh Muniji, and Dr. Rekha Sugandhiji to kindly come up stage. Bhante Rahul Bodhiji is also requested to kindly come up stage.
I really wanted quick this. theme mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. We already have our guests on the dais, and as we now venture into this journey, let us reminisce the great philosopher Saint Shri Nyaneshwara's words, and I quote, "May the darkness of ignorance disappear, may the universe see the sun of self-consciousness." तो आइए इस श्रृंखला की शुरुआत एक ऐसे पावन ध्वनि से करें जो हमारे मन को पावन कर दे। आइए हम सब इस शंखनाद का आनंद लें। ओंकार स्वरूपा सद्गुरु समर्था अनाथाच्या नाथा तुझ नमो. I request Professor Rasika Behohar, Assistant Professor of Faculty of Peace Studies at MIT World Peace University, Pune, to begin the Om meditation. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and all the present attendees. A very warm good morning to all of you in this blissful arena of the World Peace Dome. In this divine Sabha Mandal, the program to be started with the pious Shankadhwani and Omkar meditation. Om is the most sacred and the powerful of the Bij mantras, the primordial sound of the universe that connect us to the universal vibration and energy. Om is the mantra of your higher self, your true nature. So may I request all the attendees over here to participate in the Omkar meditation. Sit comfortably, close your eyes. Now may I request the technical team to play the Omkar meditation. Gently rub your palms. Keep on your face. Feel the energy and you can open your eyes. Thank you very much.
On behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University and MIT ADT University, once again welcome all the participants to the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. It is Albert Einstein's assertion, and I quote, "I believe in God who reveals himself in the orderly harmony of the universe, and I believe that intelligence is manifested throughout Mother Nature," unquote. Before we embark on a scientific, religious, and a philosophical journey, let us pray to the Almighty to seek divine blessings. I request my technical team to kindly relay the World Peace Prayer. I request all of you to join your hands, close your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in the World Peace Prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोजी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
As this feeling of sublimity resonates in our minds, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Honorable Dr. Jayant Khandareji, Director of MIT School of Consciousness at MIT World Peace University, to kindly propose the welcome address for today. Over to you, sir.
It's an extraordinary privilege to welcome you all for 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy in this magnificent dome, one of our finest dome, a dome that will speak about science, religion and philosophy. I welcome you all for the session 1, Mind, Matter, Spirit and Consciousness. It's a privilege to be here today. I'm aware that this is once a lifetime opportunity, and I'm very happy and thankful to our President, Honorable Vishwanath Karad sir, Rahul sir, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Pandey, my colleagues and dear friends. Life is extraordinary and driven by very ordinary people. However, these ordinary people, including Gautam Buddha, Gyaneshwara, scientists like Kepler, Newton, Galileo, and Einstein, and today's scientists who were on this dais before few minutes, Dr. Mashirkar, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar. I welcome today's honorable speakers as the director of School of Consciousness, a new school that is being unveiled in MIT World Peace University Kothur campus. And it would be only Dr. Karad who would envision the necessity of such kind of a school when last 2 years the human beings and mankind have been stressed. All of us have been sitting at home, and it's really wonderful to see all of you today here without mask. Let's have a round of applause for demasking ourselves. In this session, I welcome distinguished speakers, Honorable Deepak Ranade, who is my colleague at the School of Consciousness, but having done more than 2,500 brain surgery, he would also speak about what is mind and matter, and as a doctor, as a brain surgeon, as a neurosurgeon, what is his philosophy of consciousness. I welcome Honorable Mrs. Narayani Ganesh, a very distinguished, very eminent, and she has been the editor of the most wonderful Red Article Speaking Tree. I would like to mention, Madam, here that Dr. Deepak Ranade would probably today reveal the fact that he would want to do something in our campus, and the word starting with the speaking. I leave that to Dr. Ranade to announce it. It's a pleasure to actually invite other eminent speakers, Dr. H.R. Nagendra, Honorable Chancellor of Swasthya Yoga University, Bangalore. We would also hear Honorable Professor Srinivas Warkhedi, along with Honorable Professor Honorable H.H. Jain Acharya Lokeshji. I would like to put the context. When we speak about consciousness, I was in an oncology conference yesterday, speaking to oncologists about a science and the translation that what we did working over last 10 years. We are speaking about life, we are speaking about cancer patients, we are speaking about patients' agony, we are speaking about how does oncologist treat a patient who has no certainty of a life. So therefore, I would like to dare to ask today, can we define consciousness? In fact, it's a time to undefine consciousness, because who really understand consciousness have left little impartial definition that probably our great saints started with mind and matter and spirituality. What is our existence? Is consciousness is defined by our genes? Is our consciousness defined by our uprising, where we are born? What is our religion? Is our consciousness defined by our education? Is it defined by our experiences in life, both human life and corporate life? Is this consciousness influenced by the circumstances? Is it defined by our duty and ability to resolve problems? But the fact remains, what I feel today, more we know, lesser we are defined. And it's always, more to be learning. And today's speakers probably will dwell into it. I would like to end up with a quote and invite all speakers today here, with whom I first time heard about this great professor and mathematician at the University of Oxford by our revered Professor Karad sir. Roger Penrose mentioned that if we want to define the consciousness, the ultimate reality, the road to reality is the most important and ambitious work of a science for generations. It provides nothing less than a comprehensive account of the physical universe. And I think the part of this dome defines the entity what the universe is. It's great honor that in our lifetime would have an opportunity to be here and listen to these eminent speakers. I welcome, as the Director of School of Consciousness, to all the distinguished eminent speakers, all the audience to enjoy this time and take away many, many messages and practice it in our life for the truthfulness, honesty, and the consciousness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Let us give a huge round of applause. I would now like to request my technical team to kindly relay the curtain raiser video on the theme of this session. Over to my technical team.
Theme for the session: mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. This session will discuss about the nature of mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness, and the methods of meditation like yoga, vipassana, pranayama, namaz, prayer, chanting, etc., to develop positive thinking and mindset. The practice of focusing attention on a single point of reference has been amply followed by different religions and spiritual groups since long. This practice has yielded spiritual upliftment for its practitioners, and in turn, they have propagated it for the benefit of all. Methods of meditation like yoga, namaz, prayer, chanting, and many more help humankind focus their attentions, their energies onto a single point of reference. They apparently belong to different religious or spiritual practices, but at the core, they are all designed to help us purify our sources of energies, be them mind, matter, spirit, or consciousness. There is a dire need to change the very definition of the word philosophy and its perceived meaning. There have been saints, sages, seers, and prophets throughout the centuries who have been looked upon as religious preachers and at times those who promote blind faith. However, in reality, most of the saints, sages, seers, and prophets are actually providing the pathway to inner peace and how to live in contentment with oneself. The methods adopted by each one may be different, but the ultimate goal is welfare of the entire humanity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we embark on this journey, it is time to felicitate our distinguished guests for this session on mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. I would kindly request revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Vishwadharmi, as well as Honorable Shri Padma Bhushan Vijay Bhatkarji, the Chairman of Organizing Committee of World Parliament, to kindly do the honors. I request, sir, to felicitate Honorable Deepak Ranade-ji. Let us give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Mrs. Narayani Ganesh ji. Honorable Professor Srinivas Varkhedi ji. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much, sir. May I now kindly request Honorable Shri Padma Bhushan Vijay Bhatkar ji, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee of World Parliament, to kindly felicitate Honorable Bhante Rahul Bodhi ji. Let us have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais? Thank you so much. As we proceed towards the plenary session, I would like to make a kind announcement to all our distinguished speakers. The time allotted for the speech is around 10 to 12 minutes. You will also have a timer to the right-hand side of your stage, and I humbly request our distinguished speakers to kindly keep the time. Dear delegates, I am very glad to introduce a distinct personality, Honorable Dr. Deepak Ranade, Head, Department of Neurosurgery, D.Y. Patil Medical College, and Director, Neurosurgery, Sanjeevan. Dr. Deepak Ranade has completed his MCH Neurosurgery in 1994 from University of Bombay KEM Hospital. He topped the university with a gold medal. He has worked as postgraduate guide for MCH neurosurgery students. He worked as an honorary consultant neurosurgeon at KEM Hospital, Pune, and performed around 300 major neurosurgeries independently. He has performed brain and spine surgery since 1996. He has done a fellowship in endoscopic spine surgery at Phoenix, Arizona, and is one of the very few spine surgeons who are proficient with this revolutionary technique. He also has done a fellowship in minimally invasive spine surgery in Seoul, South Korea. He has presented papers at national and international conferences. He writes regularly in the Speaking Tree column of the Times of India and has so far contributed more than 25 articles in this prestigious column. It is indeed an honor to have you, sir. May I kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a huge round of applause for Honorable Dr. Deepak Ranade ji.
Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karat ji, the esteemed dais, Narayani Ganesh ji, and my esteemed audience. It's indeed a great privilege and honor to be able to participate in this very, very unique World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Just a thought struck my mind that when we see any structure, it's not just about brick, mortar and cement and steel, but it's the noble intention, it's the sentiment that goes behind construction of any such monument. Like for example, we remember the Taj Mahal more for the absolutely sublime emotion of love and respect that Shah Jahan had for his bereaved wife. So the intention of Professor Vishwanath Karat to build this majestic, grandiose dome is absolutely spectacular, because in my engagements with him, it has always been that he has always been very keen to understand the purpose of life and to understand what ultimate reality is.
So I would once again request the entire auditorium to give a standing ovation to Professor Vishwanath Karad for having constructed such a fantastic dome.
Can we have a standing ovation for Vishwadharmi Vishwanath Karad ji for this majestic and marvelous structure? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. The first theme of today's session is brain, mind and consciousness. I am a neurosurgeon and it is my privilege to be working in the domain of handling the most critical organ, which is the brain. And ever since my understanding of medicine, which I started in nearly 3 decades ago, I have been constantly obsessed with understanding what is consciousness. And that is my great fortune that I could be introduced to a person like Dr. Karad, because we have the same intent of understanding the ultimate reality and what is consciousness. I would like to inform all the audience present here that I am presently pursuing a PhD in trying to map which part of the brain is actually conscious using functional MRI. And we are using the most state-of-the-art equipment available to map this particular area. And I do hope that we would be making some path-breaking research in this domain. It is also my great privilege to be associated with scholars like Jayant Kandare, who is the director of a School of Consciousness Studies, of which I am also the faculty. And with the blessings of our patrons like Dr. Vijay Bhatkar and Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar and Dr. Vishwanath Karad, I do hope that we will be able to advance our understanding of consciousness to a certain extent, and that is the endeavor of this whole exercise. Coming to the topic of consciousness, I have studied allopathic medicine and our understanding of neurology and the brain. The Western world has all along been working on the domain of what is called as a reductionist approach. We will always try to fragment, we will try to break things and see what is it made of. Now, unfortunately, when the philosophers like Descartes, he said that there is this mind-matter duality. The matter has been always a subject of study and it has been studied very extensively. In fact, I was privileged to be visiting this Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, where the absolutely latest cutting-edge research in understanding matter is being undertaken. And it is an absolute wondrous kind of an achievement on mankind to have tried to figure out the Higgs boson and what exactly are the standard model of physics. And quantum physics is getting us to understand what matter is. But the tragedy is that this similar approach is going to be very ineffective when it comes to trying to understand what is mind. A reductionist approach is never going to help us understand what is the mind. And that is where the whole problem is arising. So the Western world, when it is trying to figure out what is consciousness, the reductionist approach that is adopted by the Western scientists is falling very flat and we are not getting anywhere. We have consciousness currently is the research that is going on in the domain of consciousness works in 2 arenas. One is the hard problem of consciousness and one is the easy problem of consciousness. The easy problem of consciousness is what we are trying to work on by using the fMRI and trying to understand which part of the brain is responsible for us to be conscious. But for all the audience that is gathered over here, don't you think that even a single-celled bacteria, or for that matter, a mosquito, will also has that same consciousness, and perhaps the brain may not be the ultimate instrument of consciousness. Consciousness is something far more fundamental, and it is, as one of the greatest souls who walked this planet, Sant Jnaneshwar, he has gone on and said that the entire universe is a manifestation of the intelligent consciousness, which is something which I totally believe in. I had recently published an article in the Speaking Tree which spoke of consciousness does not reside in the brain. Consciousness is not in the brain. Consciousness is something that is universally present, and the brain is just an instrument or a device or the form. Like if we talk of consciousness as the formless, the form is just a device which will funnel the universal consciousness into a subset which it will use for its own existence. So consciousness is the primal factor, and I'm very, very convinced of it. The whole problem of studying consciousness arises, as we all might understand, is we are seeing the whole world with our eyes. We can see the whole manifest universe with our eyes. But can we see our own eye? We cannot see our own eyes. The instrument that we use to see the whole world cannot see itself. That is the precise problem of consciousness, that as being conscious, we are unable to understand our own self because the cognizing entity is unable to cognize its own self. Coming to the Indian philosophical systems, which is what we are trying to deploy in our School of Consciousness Studies as we are taking it forward. The reductionist school of thought has been in our Indian philosophical system for a long time. We have what are called the 6 darshanas of the Indian philosophical system. One of them is the Sankhya Yoga, then the Yoga, then we have the Nyaya Yoga, then we have the Vaisheshika, then we have also the Mimamsa, and then the Vedanta. If you see the hierarchy of these 6 limbs of an Indian philosophical system, the Sankhya Yoga, this talks of the Purush and Prakriti. So the Nyaya talks of logic and reason. In fact, Vaisheshika talks of the 5 elements being the primordial elements which the universe is manifested of. But eventually when we come to Vedanta, it is only in the Vedanta that we have this understanding of consciousness from a holistic perspective. In fact, the prayer that we just said, the Purnamidam, Purnamida, Purnamadasya, that is one of the most exquisite prayers in the Upanishads, which talks of this is complete, that is complete. You remove the complete from the complete and still what remains is complete. Now, this holistic approach of understanding consciousness is what I believe, and I'm firmly convinced, will be India's contribution to understanding consciousness. And when it is the cherished dream of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, who is very, very of the firm belief that India will lead the way forward and become the guru of the world, as was dreamt by Swami Vivekananda. I am very, very convinced because as of now, I'm working on the scientific part of consciousness also. I'm also working on the spiritual part of consciousness. But what appeals to my intelligence is that eventually when I look at the brain, I'm more and more getting convinced that the brain is nothing but just a kind of a lens, which is funneling the universal consciousness and making us see what we are seeing. Our scriptures have all along gone on record to say that the whole world is an illusion. It is a Maya. No, it's Maya as in that if I am understanding cognizing the external world, it is based on the sense organs that are giving me this information. But what is the fidelity of my sense organs? They are after all a function of the nervous system. So the reality, following quantum physics, it has now become very obvious that there is no such thing as a fixed reality. And perhaps the present day of what we are talking of as a virtual reality is the reality, and we will make sure that we are trying to understand consciousness from a totally holistic perspective. This subject is very vast and it is very difficult to encapsulate it in a very small 10-minute talk. But I think it is enough for me to tell you all that it is indeed a privilege to be working with the MIT group of institutes in studying the domain of consciousness. And I do hope that we will be able to take one step further in understanding this very, very universal and a very, very omnipresent domain of consciousness in a greater detail. Thank you so much.
As we all know, learning never ceases. Sir just mentioned consciousness is universally present. And we would all like to continue this journey of mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel elated to introduce the next distinguished speaker, Honorable Mrs. Narayani Ganesh, Associate Editor of Speaking Tree in the Times of India. Narayani Ganesh is a freelance editor and writer. She was associate editor, The Times of India, and editor, the Speaking Tree columns in The Times of India and Economic Times until January 2021. She joined the TOI group in 1987. A former associate editor, of the Times of India, leader, writer and editor of the Speaking Tree, Narayani Ganesh writes on issues concerning the environment, science and technology, travel and tourism, heritage, philosophy, spirituality and health. It is indeed an honor to have you, madam. May I kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone, and namaste. I thank Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, Dr. Vishwanath Karad and his family, his sons, daughters, daughters-in-law, and organizers of this grand event and members of the MIT World Peace University for inviting me to participate in the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I feel privileged to be standing here beneath this wonderful peace dome. It's so beautiful. The Sant DNYANESHWARA-TUKARAMA World Peace Prayer Hall, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita Dhyan Bhavan, the World Peace Library, tribute to the venerable saints who have enriched us with their deep, insightful philosophy. The theme of this session, Mind, Matter, Spirit and Consciousness, is so wide in its sweep that it embraces infinite possibilities in the world and beyond. As editor of the Times of India's Speaking Tree columns for nearly 3 decades, until my term concluded in January 2021, I have been fortunate to partake of wisdom nuggets from hundreds of eminent writers, gurus, sages, seekers, students, scientists, scholars, and who have covered topics such as these and many aspects of religion, faith, belief, and science, and each according to their experience, outlook, experience, and cultural background. So having consumed all these diverse perspectives over long years, my own personal thoughts on the theme would necessarily be a tapestry of borrowed wisdom, and I am grateful for all the knowledge I have been exposed to as an editor and writer. I will raise around 5 questions in the course of my talk. Being a journalist, that is my karma. And then perhaps only experts can answer these questions, whether scientists or sages. And some questions may be such that there are no answers, only possibilities. For as it has been said, we stand on the brink of the ocean of knowledge. What we know is but a minute fraction of what is out there yet to be known. But just because we are not aware of some things, it doesn't mean they are non-existent, and that is the charming mystery of the universe, both the outer universe and the inner universe within us that holds so many secrets, so pregnant with potential that no seeker can say that their path towards the ultimate truth is boring or uneventful. The 4 constituents, mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness, play a role in every individual's life, although the 4 may not figure in equal measure. So to rationalists and some scientists for whom the laboratory has the final say, matter and intellect would be of paramount importance, whereas for those seeking higher truths, the more ephemeral nature of the mind as well as spirit and consciousness may be the dominant factors. So the human mind and its relationship with the human body, specifically the brain, is a subject that is constantly evolving, as it is the interplay between what we could call the saguna nature of the brain, that is the physical brain made up of fat, water, protein, neurons, cells, etc., and the nirguna nature of mind that has no form, but yet it is an intrinsic participant in brain function. You can physically touch the brain, but you cannot do this with the mind. What could be more mysterious than this? It is said that the intellect is the cognitive faculty, whereas the mind is the ability for rational thought. But it is also the mind that is capable of irrational thought as well. And so to wrap our heads around what exactly these terms and concepts mean is a very difficult exercise indeed. So which is why these topics really need to be studied in depth in a dedicated school of consciousness, and I'm sure Dr. Jayant Khandare and his team will look into all these questions and enrich and add to our knowledge bank further. The mind, whether we are referring to the conscious, subconscious, or unconscious mind, is often on autopilot when we carry out routine tasks, but at the same time, what impels the mind to act is connected to the firing of neurons, as Dr. Ranade would know better, which is physical matter. It is also said that some memories are stored in other parts of the brain, other parts of our body, like muscles, and hence we are able to drive or dance automatically without having to use the brain. So when we say mind over matter, what do we really mean? So my first question is, can the mind exist independently of the brain? Does the mind need a physical body to be able to function? Or is it a part of consciousness in the individual, which is also a part of the larger whole, the universal consciousness that we call Brahman? What is generally understood when we say mind over matter is that you have a strong willpower. A strong mind can overcome, say, something like physical pain. For instance, it can take control of the body's well-being. That is, a positive outlook, a tranquil disposition, coupled with a healthy lifestyle, can prevent occurrence of many diseases. Hence the saying, a healthy mind engenders a healthy body. But this still does not answer the question as to whether the mind can exist independently of the brain. So when we bring in spirit and consciousness into this discussion, the plot thickens. Where is the spirit located and where can one find one's consciousness? How is individual consciousness connected with the higher consciousness? So second question is, if spirit is connected to the soul and there is something called near-death experience, and if an afterlife is a possibility, then how does one connect the dots between mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness? Is the link to be provided by pure science, or do we feel and experience the connection through intense and mindful focus on spiritual practices like yoga, chanting, meditation, and prayer? This is exactly what researchers in collaboration with scientists, philosophers, and monks are trying to find out through conducting various experiments. And in the year 1987, the Dalai Lama, along with two others, a scientist and a lawyer, set up the Mind Life Institute to find ways to understand understand reality by marrying scientific inquiry with compassionate wisdom, contemplative practices, and introspective methods. In its 35 years of existence, the Mind Life meetings have generated a treasure of insights that reveal how scientific methods and traditional contemplative practices can work together to bring about greater understanding of mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. So even the Dr. Watson and Dr. Crick, who invented the DNA double helix, Dr. Crick later went on to study consciousness, but unfortunately he did not live long enough to pursue it further. But then his curiosity was aroused as to where exactly is consciousness. Is there a blueprint? So my third question is, are memories stored only in the brain, or do our muscles and microbiome, spirit, and soul carry some of it? If the double helix DNA contains the blueprint of life, perhaps intangibles like mind, spirit, and consciousness contain imprints of past karma that could be carried forward to the next life. So while an individual memory bank is unique, that too can evolve and change its contours and content with the passage of time. And each time we recollect the past, we tend to add or subtract from it. But collective memories could be more authentic because there is corroboration from many people. So we are confident of knowing the location of the brain, but when it comes to intellect, mind, consciousness, and spirit, we have no clue. Just as some rely on GPS to navigate the physical world, seekers need a spiritual compass or spiritual GPS to navigate the world without form. And this metaphysical compass is available in practices like meditation, chanting, prayer, and yoga that are all tools that can help the individual center his mind and reach a state of equanimity, a prerequisite if one is trying to reach for enlightenment, at least to some degree. So where does religion figure in this discussion on mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness? I recently saw a cartoon depicting a bowl of water with fish swimming in it. The fish in the bowl was a metaphor for believers confined by their belief in a specific religion and its dogma. The cartoon also shows the bowl floating in an ocean of water with its own aquatic life. The ocean is metaphor for spirituality, and the bowl of water is metaphor for religion. Spirituality is vast with infinite potential, rich in possibilities, whereas religion, on account of its rigid interpretation and beliefs, might not be able to escape the confines of dogma. Speaking of the ocean, brings to mind the jellyfish that has survived for 650 million years without a brain. They have a basic neural network in their bodies that act as sensors, and they get by with this simple mechanism. There is a theory that some of these brainless creatures did have brains some millions of years ago, but they evolved over time to discard the brain in order to save energy, as the brain uses up a lot of energy. And they did not feel the need for a brain, as their body sensors were sufficient to warn them of dangers or to look for food. But the body of a human being is far more complex than that of a jellyfish, and a brain is required not only to coordinate all its complex functions, but to also enable us to have thoughts, to reason, to acquire knowledge, and so on. So my fifth question, last question is, then why is it that when we seek the spiritual path, we are advised to train ourselves in no-mindedness? To reach a state of no mind is to become free of the past and future and live in the present moment like the jellyfish does. It is said that to become full, you have to experience true emptiness. And this is possible if one achieves the no-mind state that is possible for a person of equanimity, which is why meetings such as this and learning from other scriptures and religions is very important in our search for truth. I know it's all very confusing, but we hope we can find our way through this maze. So thank you very much once again. And I thank everyone on the podium and all the organizers for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear ma'am. Let's give a huge round of applause. The questions that you imposed during your talk were very interesting, ma'am. Dear delegates, it is time to introduce the next distinguished speaker for today, Honorable Professor Srinivas Varkhedi, the Vice Chancellor of Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. Professor Varkhedi is currently working as Professor and Dean of Shastra Faculty in Karnataka, Sanskrit University, Bangalore. He has extensively worked in the field of Sanskrit computational linguistics. His current interests are Sanskrit pedagogy, e-repository for Sanskrit, research methodology of Shastras, and philosophy of language. He has been engaged in dialogues between traditional systems of knowledge and modern thinking. It is truly my pride and honor to welcome you, sir. May I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
भवति यदनुभावात् एडमुकोऽपि वाग्मी जडमतिरपि जन्तुर्जायते प्राज्ञमौलिः सकलवचनचेतो देवता भारती सा मम वचसि निधत्तां सन्निधिं मानसे च. Respected Shri Vishwanath Ji Karat, respected Professor, distinguished scholars, and my dear friends. After coming over here today morning, I am reminded of a story. Adi Shankaracharya was passing through a river called Tunga in Sringeri. There he saw a snake protecting a pregnant frog. I think most of you might have heard this story. There he stops and decides to establish the first Amnaya Pitha in Sringeri. The source of all learning is peace. Source of all bliss is peace. If there is no peace, there is no learning. There is no growth. There is no bliss. Acharya Shankara recognized this. After coming over here, the beauty of this place is this. Shri Vishwanath Karatji has again recognized, once you come here, all our enmities, all our confrontations will just go away. This is the Sant Jnaneshwar Vishwashanti Kendra, where we are celebrating the world peace. Today, we are discussing matter, spirit, mind, and consciousness. In this session, I would like to place these ideas in different order. I would like to start with matter, because this is the order of Upanishad. In our Upanishad, Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. In these 5 layers are placed in these orders. So therefore, matter, which comes first, is Bhuta Sharira, Anna. And then spirit, the Prana. And then mind, Manas. And then consciousness, Vijnana. And the last one, which is all-pervasive, all-pervading concept, all-pervading notion, is that is Anandamaya. Therefore, we need to, in order to complete this session, we need to place these ideas in this particular order, and we need to add Anandamaya also. So, Anna, Prana, Mana, Vijnana, and Anandamaya. This completes the entire circle. Therefore, when we talk about mind, Manas, no, there is no parallel for mind, there is no parallel for Manas, because we cannot translate Manas into in terms of mind. But Manas is the central point here. So all our confrontation, all our problems start with mind. Because matter, when our mind goes towards matter, towards the external world, naturally it will have a lot of confrontations. Therefore, it is said in our Shastra, Mana eva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayoh. If you want to go towards the bondage, and if you want to go towards liberation, the only one instrument you have, that is your mind. If you change the direction of your mind, you will go towards liberation. Therefore, we need to we need to concentrate on mind. Today we prayed. Today morning we started with a prayer, world prayer. We started with Omkara. This is the source of peace, because it controls our mind, it controls our manas, and it takes our mind towards liberation. Friends, therefore, in order to bring happiness in our all aspects of life, including many a times our younger friends may think that all our comforts, vehicle, a good home, bedroom, good bed, all these comforts will make us happy. But it makes us happy only in the matter level, that means body level, but not at the level of spirit, not at the level of mind, not at the level of the bliss. Therefore, in order to bring the bliss into our life, in all aspects of our life, we need peace. We need an alignment in these matter, spirit, mind. Therefore, our ancient Shastras have prescribed so many upayas. If we practice them in our life, there will be an alignment in matter, mind, and spirit, and all these 5 limbs, so that we can achieve bliss. Today, I would like to focus one great learning during this COVID situation. We all have, passed. For 2 years, we struggled a lot. We struggled to protect ourselves. We struggled to protect our neighbors. We struggled to protect our nation, the whole world. One idea that we learned, that we practiced for last 5,000 years in India, that we practiced with the preachings of Sant Jnanadev, we could not recognize, but we recognize it now. Today, that is again being practiced and preached by Dr. Vishwanath ji. The idea is simple, Nishreyasa. Idea of Nishreyasa is not just moksha. You know, in our Purusharthas, we call one moksha. Moksha means liberation. Moksha means individual liberation. That means if I practice something, I get moksha, not you. And if you practice something, if you practice yoga, and if you practice something, you will get moksha and not me. Therefore, that Purushartha kind of moksha is totally individual and limited to a self, a one person. But the practicing Nishreyasa, that is Abhyudaya and Nishreyasa, these two concepts are taught us in Upanishads. Abhyudaya means holistic development of the world. Today, whole tomb is sitting here. This dome is meant for everyone. It is not the home of Vishwanath Karatji. He has built it for everyone, for whole world. Similarly, practicing Nishreyasa is a great thing. What is Nishreyasa? Nishreyasa is not an individual liberation. You know, when during COVID situation, everyone was afraid, and vaccination, we produced vaccination. When we take vaccination, if I alone take vaccination, then I'm not free from corona fear. I cannot be free from corona. If last person of the world is vaccinated, then the whole world is free from corona. That means I cannot say I am free from corona till the last person gets vaccinated. This is what Nishreyasa. An individual person, if I get moksha, that is not real moksha. That is not real Nishreyasa. Nishreyasa is that when the last person of the world gets liberated, then only Nishreyasa. That Nishreyasa is practiced by Sri Vishwanath Karatji through this World Peace Center. Everyone should get liberated, then only we are practicing Nishreyasa, and that Nishreyasa we should practice. Post-corona learning is this, that with this all 5 limbs, we should add Anandamaya, and we should practice moksha, we should practice Nishreyasa. That is what taught by Sant Jnanadev. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Let us give a huge round of applause for this very enlightening speech. And friends, I now feel blessed to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Shri H.H. Jain Acharya Dr. Lokesh Ji, founder Ahimsa of Vishwa Bharati. But before we hear it from him, I would kindly request Honorable Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Shri Rahul V. Karad, to kindly felicitate our distinguished speaker, H.H. Jain Acharya Dr. Lokesh Ji. Let us give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have a huge round of applause, my dear friends? We had Vishwadharmi, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, doing the honors. Thank you so much. H.H. Acharya Dr. Lokesh Muni Ji, a versatile thinker, writer, poet, and social reformer, has been continuously making efforts for national character building, development of human values, and establishing non-violence, peace, and mutual cooperation in the society from the last 39 years. He is a master in the field of meditation, yoga, and peace education. His contribution is the mode of popular peace education. It is our great fortune to welcome you, sir. May I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
मंच के मध्य में विराजित इस वर्ल्ड पीस डोम के कल्पनाकार और क्रियान्वितिकार, भारत माता का सच्चा रत्न और सपूत डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, मंच पर उपस्थित विभिन्न धर्मों के शीर्षस्थ धर्माचार्यगण, विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए हुए महान स्कॉलर, और जिस ऊर्जा से मैं बोल रहा हूं क्योंकि मेरे परिपार्श्व में बैठा था छोटा कराड़ राहुल कराड़, जो ऊर्जा से लबालब भरा हुआ, जो कराड़ साहब के सपनों को दुनिया में लेकर के जा रहा है, ऐसे भाई राहुल कराड़। आज के इस सत्र का बहुत ही सुंदर विषय है माइंड, मैटर, स्पिरिट एंड कॉन्शियसनेस। मैं समझता हूं जब हम माइंड की बात करें तो हमें लेफ्ट हेमिस्फीयर और राइट हेमिस्फीयर, बायां मस्तिष्क और दायां मस्तिष्क, यूनेस्को का संविधान भी कहता है कि युद्ध मैदान में बाद में लड़ा जाता है, पहले मनुष्य के मस्तिष्क में पैदा होता है। आज पुतिन साहब जो भी कर रहे हैं या यूक्रेन वाले कर रहे हैं, ये आज तो केवल जमीन पे दिखाई देता है, किंतु मस्तिष्क में वर्षों पूर्व यह उत्पन्न हो गया था। इसलिए कराड़ साहब मैं आपको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि आप उस क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं कि उस मस्तिष्क को प्रारंभ से ही एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ऐसा वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन का समावेश किया जाए जो मनुष्य के मस्तिष्क को जो है वह स्वस्थ बनाए, हेल्दी बनाए। क्योंकि हम जानते हैं हमारे इसी मस्तिष्क में एनिमल ब्रेन भी मौजूद है, जहां पर पांचविक वृत्तियां जन्म लेती है। तो इसी मस्तिष्क में नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत भी है, जहां पर मानवीय और दैविक वृत्तियां जन्म लेती है। अगर हमें दुनिया से युद्ध, हिंसा और आतंक को खत्म करना है तो उसके रूट कॉज तक जाना होगा, एनिमल ब्रेन को तिरोहित करना होगा, नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत को जगाना होगा, और वह तब तक हम कर पाएंगे जब मस्तिष्क को सही परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम समझ पाएं। हमें टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में दिखने वाली ये समस्या, कभी जातिवाद के नाम पर हिंसा, कभी संप्रदायवाद, कभी रंगवाद, कभी नस्लवाद, कभी क्षेत्रवाद, कभी वर्णवाद, किंतु उसका रूट कॉज है जब जब व्यक्ति का एनिमल ब्रेन जागृत होता है। जैसे वर्जीनिया के एक स्टूडेंट ने यूनिवर्सिटी के 32-33 स्टूडेंट को शूट करके रख दिया। आज अपेक्षा इस बात की है कि एनिमल ब्रेन को तिरोहित किया जाए और नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत को जगाया जा रहा है। उसके लिए प्रारंभ से ही एजुकेशन सिस्टम के अंदर पीस एजुकेशन जैसे कार्यक्रमों को इंट्रोड्यूस करने की जरूरत है, और वो कार्य कराड़ साहब ने शुरू कर दिया है इस विश्व शांति डोम के माध्यम से। बल्कि कराड़ साहब, मैं तो आपसे ये भी निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि इतना बड़ा कार्य है ये, इस कार्य को लेकर के भारत की तमाम राज्यों की राजधानी में पहुंचिए, वहां जाकर के आप प्रेस के माध्यम से सभी राज्यों को जागरूक कीजिए, और फिर यही नहीं, फिर दुनिया की टूर पर आपको निकलना होगा और दुनिया को जागरूक करना होगा। मैं समझता हूं आज सबसे ज्यादा किसी की जरूरत है तो वो शांति और सद्भावना के संदेश की जरूरत है। बंधुओं और बहनों, चूंकि मैं धर्म के क्षेत्र का व्यक्ति हूं, अध्यात्म की चर्चा करना मेरा विषय है, और मैं ये निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि धर्म और अध्यात्म का भौतिक विकास से कभी कोई विरोध नहीं रहा है। हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में तो अगर आप उपनिषद को पढ़ें तो वहां पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय की कल्पना की गई है, अर्थ, काम, धर्म और मोक्ष। कठिनाई कहां उत्पन्न होती है? जब धर्म और मोक्ष को भुला करके केवल अर्थ और काम के पीछे अंधी दौड़ शुरू होती है, वहीं से विकृतियां पनपती हैं, वहीं पर समाज और राष्ट्र के बीच में समस्याएं उत्पन्न होती हैं। चाहे आप भगवत गीता पढ़ लें, गीता जी का महान श्लोक है, यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्ण यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धर तत्र श्री विजयो भूति दुर्वा नीति मतिर्म में। इसी महाराष्ट्र की धरती का महान सपूत लोकमान्य बाल गंगाधर तिलक जी ने जब इसकी टीका लिखी, उन्होंने लीक से हट करके अर्थ किया इस श्लोक का, और उन्होंने योगीराज कृष्ण को अध्यात्म का प्रतीक माना, अर्जुन को भौतिकता का प्रतीक मानते हुए कहा कि जहां पर अध्यात्म और भौतिकता के बीच में संतुलन है, वहीं पर विजय है, वहीं पर भूति है, वहीं पर श्री है और वहीं पर लक्ष्मी है। और मुझे लगता है इसीलिए कराड़ साहब ने इस मंच पर भी धर्म और अध्यात्म के क्षेत्र के भी हैं, तो अनेक अन्य क्षेत्रों के महान विद्वान भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, क्योंकि अकेला अध्यात्म सारी समस्याओं का समाधान नहीं कर सकता और अकेला विज्ञान भी नहीं कर सकता। अपेक्षा है अध्यात्म और विज्ञान के समन्वय से समस्याओं का समाधान हो सकता है। जहां तक स्पिरिट की बात है, कॉन्शियसनेस की बात है, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि धर्म का भौतिक विकास से विरोध नहीं, किंतु वह अध्यात्म की नींव आधारित होता है तो वो विकास जीवन के अंदर वरदान बनता है, और अध्यात्म की नींव नहीं होती है तो कभी कभी वरदान की बजाय अभिशाप भी बन जाता है, क्योंकि वो विकास हजम नहीं हो पाता है। हम न जाने कितनी ऐसी घटनाएं समाज में देखते हैं। मैं अधिक लंबा समय लिए बगैर, क्योंकि सभी वक्ताओं का समय निर्धारित है और मुझे उस अनुशासन की पालना अवश्य रूप से करनी चाहिए, किंतु मैं इतना अवश्य जरूर निवेदन करना चाहूंगा और कराड़ साहब के सम्मान में कहना चाहूंगा, ये जो कार्य कर रहे हैं सचमुच में बंधुओं, बात सरल बलिदान कठिन है, पतन सहज उत्थान कठिन है। बात सरल बलिदान कठिन है, पतन सहज उत्थान कठिन है। गाता है खंडर का हर पत्थर, ध्वंस सरल निर्माण कठिन है। सचमुच में MIT पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के द्वारा जो निर्माण का कार्य हो रहा है, जो सृजन का कार्य हो रहा है, जो उत्थान का कार्य हो रहा है और जो नई पीढ़ी के निर्माण का अद्भुत कार्य हो रहा है, और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इतिहास कांच के टुकड़ों का नहीं, उज्जवल हीरों का बनता है, और इतिहास घास के तिनकों का नहीं, फौलादी तीरों का बनता है। अरे समरांगण में हथियार डालने वालों, इतिहास कायरों का नहीं, ऐसे त्यागी तपस्वी महान वीरों का बनता है। तो आइए बंधुओं, आज कराड़ साहब ने ये त्रिदिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के, राजनीति के, प्रशासन के, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र के, समाज सेवा के, धर्म और अध्यात्म के अनेक दिशाओं के विद्वानों को एक जगह पर आमंत्रित किया है, और इसलिए मैं भी आपको आह्वान कर रहा हूं, आओ मिलकर बैठे आपस में बात करें, 4 कदम ही सही चलने का साथ करें। यूं तो दूरी से दूरी बढ़ती जाएगी, कभी तो हम खुद से खुद की मुलाकात करें। और अंत में यही पुनः निवेदन करते हुए अपनी बात को विराम दे रहा हूं। एक व्यक्ति गाड़ी लेके जा रहा था, ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाले ने देखा कि उसके लाइट नहीं है, संध्या का समय था। पुलिस वाले ने रोकने की कोशिश की कि भैया गाड़ी कहाँ दौड़ा रहे हो, उसके तो लाइट ही नहीं है। उसमें से उसने कहा बीच में से हट जा, नहीं तो मारा जाएगा, इसके ब्रेक भी नहीं है। वो गाड़ी कितनी खतरनाक होगी जिसकी लाइट भी ना हो, जिसके ब्रेक भी ना हो। मैं पूछना चाहूंगा वह इंसान कितना खतरनाक होगा जिसका अपना इंट्यूशन पावर जागृत नहीं है, जिससे अपने इमोशंस और पेशेंस पर नियंत्रण नहीं है। और इसलिए आज अपेक्षा इस बात की है कि शिक्षा के अंदर प्रारंभ से ही, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन को जोड़ करके धर्म और अध्यात्म और विज्ञान के समन्वय का, भौतिकता और अध्यात्म के समन्वय का, मन चेतना के समन्वय का कार्य किया जाए। और उसके लिए जो कार्य इस विश्व शांति धाम के माध्यम से जो हो रहा है, कराड़ साहब के नेतृत्व में हो रहा है, पुनः मैं अहिंसा विश्व भारती संस्था की ओर से उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं, हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और उत्तरोत्तर विकास के लिए शुभकामना करता हूं। ओम अरहम।
असंख्य धन्यवाद मुनि जी।
साथ ही साथ मैं आपको आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं, 17 अप्रैल को राष्ट्रीय राजधानी दिल्ली क्षेत्र में मेदांता हॉस्पिटल के सामने एक विश्व शांति केंद्र का भूमि पूजन के साथ, शिलान्यास के साथ शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। मैं समझता हूं वह केंद्र भी यहाँ के सपनों को साकार करेगा और इसलिए आप सभी उसके अवसर पर पधारिए, आइए। ओम अरहम।
धन्यवाद मुनि जी। ये हमारी खुशनसीबी है कि आप हमारे बीच पधारे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। May I kindly request ladies and gentlemen to give a huge round of applause.
भटकर सर, एक फोटो, एक क्विकली फोटो। नहीं, आप सब लोगों को बताना चाहूंगा कि लोकेश मुनि जी विश्व भ्रमण पे कंटिन्यूसली जो मिशन अपनी संस्था के द्वारा हम कर रहे हैं, तो इसी को एक तरीके से मैं कहूँगा कि बहुत अलग लेवल के ऊपर उनका काम भारत में, सभी भारत के शहरों में। और आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि आज MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी जो 5 साल पहले सरकार के माध्यम से उसको रिकग्निशन मिला, तो उससे पहले MIT संस्था के अंतर्गत आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने वर्ल्ड पीस सेंटर शुरू किया था और ये भारत का पहला वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी यहाँ पे खुला, आप सब लोग जानते हैं, रादर विश्व का एक तरीके से। और लोकेश मुनि जी आपके माध्यम से आने वाले समय में ये वर्ल्ड पीस सेंटर जो है कुछ सालों में शायद दूसरा वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी भारत का हो, या मैं कहूँगा ग्लोबल पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के नाते आगे आएगा, ऐसी यहाँ पे मैं अपेक्षा व्यक्त करता हूँ। उनके काम के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर पार्टिसिपेशन। नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, sir. It is our great fortune to welcome the next distinguished speaker, Honorable Bhante Rahul Bodhi ji, Mahatheryo, Senior Buddhist monk. Bhante Rahul Bodhi ji attained ordination Bhikkhu Upasamanta at Buddha Gaya under the auspicious enlightenment Bodhi tree at Bodh Gaya, Bihar. He spent a span of 10 years in Sri Lanka for higher Dhamma training. He obtained his Upasampada, the higher ordination, a Bhikkhu Upasampada under Holy Mahabodhi tree at Bodh Gaya from Holy All India Bhikkhu Sangha. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome you, sir. May I kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Today, I am very happy to be here at the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. First of all, I congratulate to Vishwanath Karadji because he is the chief organizer and founder of this World Parliament and Science, Religion and Philosophy, this seminar, and he is the creator of this very big, huge dome where we are sitting. His ideas are really unique. He wants to bring all the religious scholars, speakers, thinkers together and work for the peace of humanity, which is needed today. But peace never starts from only philosophy or just learning. That is also very important in our life. But peace starts from inner mind and inner, you say, soul. or really mind? And how can we understand the mind? Now, we read the Bhagavad Gita, many times mentioned here, since thousands of years we are reading it. But try to read Dhammapada also. Very wonderful book. On that Dhammapada, 423 stanzas are there. I have given speeches on Dhammapada in my YouTube channel. Try to explain how Buddha explains the mind in those days. The Buddha taught and emphasizes his teaching only on the mind. Mind is utmost important in everybody's life. What we walk, what we talk, what we do, whatever we perform, whatever we do, that first comes that idea or thought in the mind. Without arising the thought in the mind, you cannot walk, you cannot speak, you cannot travel, you cannot do any kinds of function, any kinds of job. So mind is the most important in our day-to-day life. Mind is most important to achieve the inner peace and real happiness in present life and liberation, not after death, but at present life. How can we get liberated from suffering, from defilements, which make us unhappy? Everybody is seeking for happiness. When the question comes of age, how long is the suffering? Can you count suffering in the ages? Suffering was thousands and thousands of years ago, millions of years ago. Today also suffering is there. There is no limit for suffering. And likewise, there is no limit for happiness. Happiness was there thousands of years ago, millions of years ago. Now also person seeks for happiness. And in future also, persons will be seeking for happiness. Happiness has no limit, no end. It is infinite, universal. Everybody is seeking happiness, searching the way, how can I become happy in my life, in present life and in my future life also. Buddha very well understood the nature of mind. In Abhidhamma Pitaka, because I am not master of Sanskrit, but I am master of Pali language, in which Buddha taught. In Abhidhamma, Buddha explained, which mind you are carrying. This mind is made of 52 Chetasikas. He given the name, he identified how the mind is working. How many kinds of mind you are having, I am having. Buddha was the first person. He explained, everybody is having 89 kinds of mind. Now modern psychologists also, they are unable to explain like that. And in another stanza, Buddha said, the human mind is having, for every person is having 121 kinds of mind. 121. That is explained in Abhidhamma Pitaka. And every person, what is your problem? Problem of not understanding the mind. That is your problem. Only one thing I will explain about it. Mind, we cannot find mind in the book, cannot find mind in the lectures, cannot find mind in the statue, cannot find mind in any other devices. Mind is with you, with me. If I want to know my mind, I don't have to go to the books. Books can give me inspiration. Speech can give me inspiration. But if I want to realize my mind energy, if you want to realize your mind energy, go inside. Find out energy is with you. Mind is all the time with you since birth up to death. It is with you. But the problem is we don't know the path. We don't know the correct way how to realize it. कैसा हम साक्षात्कार करें उस एनर्जी का,
Yes, sir.
उस माइंड का. आज ये जो फीलिंग्स है, हम कहते हैं ना, आई फील वेरी बैड, आई फील वेरी सैड, आई फील वेरी हैप्पी, आई एम अपसेट. ये feeling is one of the part of the mind. And if you understand the nature of feeling, if you realize the feeling and overcome the feeling, become a master of your mind, and feeling will become your slave. Don't become slave of feeling. Try to become master of feeling, and then you will realize the real peace and real happiness, the wonderful happiness, spiritual happiness in the mind, in your present life. एक बात और भी मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि माइंड को जानने के लिए तथागत बुद्ध ने जो सिखाया, जो बताया, विपश्यना के द्वारा भी उसका हम लाभ ले सकते हैं. और एक कॉन्शसनेस जो है, ब्रेन से अलग उसका संसार है. माइंड जो है, माइंड में अलग अलग प्रकार का होता है. आंखों से जो हम कॉन्शसनेस, जिस आंख से हम देखते हैं, उस कॉन्शसनेस से हम सुन नहीं सकते. जिससे सुन सकते हैं, ईयर कॉन्शसनेस इज डिफरेंट, आई कॉन्शसनेस इज डिफरेंट, tongue consciousness is different. We have got different kinds of consciousness, not one. And if there is no these 6 indriyas, even consciousness cannot work, because it depends on that, and it works without that also. That is long story. But today there is no time. I am happy to be here, and I congratulate Dr. Kararji, Rahul Karaj, Vishwanath Kararji, Mangesh Kararji, and really our very inspirer, Bhatkarji is very great scientist, and this Mahesh Maselkarji, and all distinguished speakers on the dais, always. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
बहुत धन्यवाद, sir. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause. And may I now kindly request Dr. Rekha Sugandhi, Professor and Head IT at MIT ADT University, Pune, Bharat, to kindly propose the vote of thanks for this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Control of consciousness determines the quality of life. Distinguished speakers on the dais, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, members in the audience, and the entire MIT family members. I am humbled as well as privileged to stand before you on behalf of the organizing committee of the 8th World Parliament 2022 to present the formal vote of thanks for the plenary session 1 on mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. This has indeed been an enlightening experience, listening to words of wisdom and experience, leading to self-realization on the path of self-evolution. My gratitude to our first speaker, Honorable Dr. Deepak Ranade, Head Department of Neurosurgery, D.Y. Patil Medical College, and Director Neurosurgery, Sanjeevan. And I just learned that Sir is also a member of the MIT family. Sir, I've had the occasions to listen to you on earlier deliberations at the other campus as well. And I must say that we've always been in awe of your simplicity and wisdom. And it's always been an enlightening experience listening to you. Thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts with us on brain, mind, and consciousness. I thank our second speaker, Honorable Mrs. Nairani Ganesh, Associate Editor of The Speaking Tree, Times of India, Delhi. Dear ma'am, we are indeed elated to have you here, and listening to you was a pleasure. I personally feel The Speaking Tree was one of the most optimistic section of Times of India, and it always left one feeling blissful towards the end. Thank you very much for being here. Our sincere thanks to Honorable Professor Srinivasa Varakedi, Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. You gave us food for thought on Nishreyasa. Thank you very much. My gratitude to H.H. Jain Acharya, Dr. Lokesh Ji, founder, Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati, for putting his wise thoughts with vigor and such contagious energy. Sir spoke on awakening towards social responsibilities to ensure that matter and consciousness should converge for social good and enlightenment. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Dr. Badant Rahula Bodhi Mahatero from Bhikkhu Sangha United Buddhist Mission, who has shared his thoughts and enlightened us on various states of mind and how we should regulate them. This event would not have materialized without the vision of our leaders at MIT. Our father founder, the UNESCO chair holder, Honorable, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, Dr. Mangesh Karat sir, Shri Rahul V. Karat sir. My special thanks to the internal members coordinating the session deliberations, Dr. Jayat Khantare, Director, MIT School of Consciousness, WPU, for the welcome address. Thank you, Professor Rasika Behur, for the Om meditation at the beginning of the session. And a special thanks to our host, Dr. Pranima Bakchi. Thank you, ma'am. Once again, a big thank you to each and every one of you. Namaste.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you so much for indeed a very brief vote of thanks. And dear ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this session, I would like to make a very important announcement. The second plenary session on Divine Blessing Ceremony, Religion and Religious Scriptures of the World as True Life Guiding Scriptures will commence at 3 p.m. But I humbly request all of you to kindly be seated in this dome at 2:30 p.m. sharp. I would like to mention that in the second plenary session, we'll be graced by Honorable Maulana Dr. Syed Kalbe Rushaid Rizvi, Honorable Dr. Lasan Azadi ji, Honorable Dr. Edison Samraj ji, Honorable SHRI Ezekiel Isaac Malekar ji, Honorable Chinder Pal Singh ji, and we will have a very interesting deliberation on Divine Blessing Ceremony, for which I request all of you to be seated by 2:30 p.m. sharp. Friends, it is high time that we take note of the words of wisdom spoken by such eminent personalities, and let us all gather for the second session starting post-lunch. Before we depart, I would kindly request Dr. Patre sir to give an important instruction to all of you. Over to you, sir.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is for all the audience, please. The lunch is being shared to the right of the dome for all the dignitaries here. So all of you are expected to join the lunch, delicious feasting. The next session, all the students, faculties, they are requested to be here at 2:30 p.m. And during the entire session, kindly, there should not be any movement, and so you are requested to kindly maintain the dignity decorum of the World Parliament. At the same time, the mobiles you can operate outside the dome, but when you come in the session, kindly make sure that your mobiles are in silent mode. Thank you so much. Enjoy the feasting. Thank you. See you at 2:30 sharp.